All right. So the stream started. The plan for today is I'm going to be going to the gym in the next 30 minutes, but before that I'm just going to spend a little bit of time on the scheduler development, and then when I'm back I'll do one Leetcode question, followed by hopefully a session from the Odin Project, so finish one lesson from the Odin Project, and then I'll also get back to continuing to do Leetcode, not Leetcode, the scheduler development. So yeah, that's it. Let's get started. Yeah. Oh, right. I forgot about that. Yeah, okay. I forgot if it was Shift N. So, no. So it has to be N or... Man, I wrote this down. I wrote this down on, I guess, my laptop. Just checking it. Okay. Damn. Find forward. Ah, Shift N. Okay. And then mobile 3-dot menu. That's another one I gotta fix. I might call this, yeah, mobile 3-dot menu. View menu, 3-dot menu. I think that's good. I'm gonna say 3-dot menu. D. G. After function 3-dot menu. Return paste. What? I don't even know what happened there. Okay. So this should work. Okay. Ah, 谢谢。What's concerning is npm run lint doesn't stop. You know what I mean? And I had this last night. I thought it would have been a problem only because of, I don't know, fragments left over. And we've got problems with Neovim at the moment. Might need a clear cache. I'm willing to reinstall Neovim, MVChad, to fix this issue. Except, let me have a look at this issue. Error while processing vim enter order commands. Error restoring session. The frick? Whoops. Still have issues. Just remove the session about scheduler, I think.
I'm gonna head to the gym. Be right back.
We're back to work. Let's have a think. Mm-hmm. Okay. Alright, so grid calls I had problems with here because it's not loading correctly. I do wonder why. Why would that be the case? npm run build. Yo, npm just doesn't. Oh, it does work. It's just taking a long time. Mm-hmm. Let me think for a second. Front end, package, .json. Open all the lines. Whoops. Open all the lines. So we got a few scripts, right? Dev, build, lint, preview, generate client, storybook, build storybook. Alright, generate client. Okay, preview is what I think I want. This just won't work because this just won't work unless I define a port. So the thing is, desktop view drop down. Grid call. Call start, I think, is what I really want to search for. Like relative MTPX. Call start 6. Row start, call and ordered list. Is that whole thing? How come then it's sometimes work and it sometimes doesn't? Look, if I leave it as is, undo. V down, D, and insert 2. That's in the second position. 3. That's in the third position. 4. Fourth position. 5. Fifth position. 6. Sixth position. 7. Oops. Seventh position. I don't see why that wouldn't work for a myriad of examples like this. And look, it's working now. But then it won't work later down the line. And it's fine on refresh. Maybe I just do a const on it. Turn it into a variable. Alright. But it's peculiar. It's as if, right, that you never do anything here. Which is so odd. So this solution works great. There's a reason why some classes work dynamically and others don't. The classes that work dynamically, you've probably written hard-coded before, so they're already statically detectable at build time and appears as complete unbroken strings in your source files. Yeah, okay. Now, I should have known this. The most important implication of how Tailwind extracts class names is that it only finds classes that exist as complete unbroken strings in your source files. If you use string interpolation or concatenate partial class names together, Tailwind will not find them and therefore will not generate the corresponding CSS. Don't construct class names dynamically. In this example above, does not exist, so Tailwind will not generate these class names. This is like really good. Content configuration, configuring source paths, pattern recommendations, content pattern, HTML entry points. Never include it in your CSS. Class detection in depth. We don't just limit our search to class. The most common important implication of how Tailwind extracts class names is that it will only find classes that exist as a complete unbroken string of your source files. If you use string interpolation or concatenate partial class names together, Tailwind will not find them and therefore not generate the corresponding CSS. In the example above, the string text red 600 and text green 800 does not exist, so Tailwind will not generate those. Instead, make sure any class names you're using exist in full. Oh, can I try then? Something like this. I think I get it. I just need a visual playtest, right? So when I do this, it's not going to be loaded. So when I refresh this, we're going to start here, right? Then if I even did look, V D insert 1, for example. Ooh, actually, I'll change that to 2 or 3, right? So it's on Tuesday. And since we haven't rendered call start for the 6th position, I'm guessing when we undo this, it doesn't exist. However, when we change this to the number that we need, the dynamic, what's it called? Dynamic content, dynamic class names, I guess content generation, is that what they call it? Content configuration? Class detection. So the class detection then only works here. So it goes to the 6, and only then does class detection work. So if I now undo all the way back to that, it stays at 6. I see. If that's the case then, right, dynamic class names, the most important implication of how Tailwind extracts class names is that it will only find classes that exist as complete unbroken strings of the source files. If you use strings interpolated or concatenate partial class names together, Tailwind will not find them and therefore will not generate the corresponding CSS. So don't construct class names dynamically. In the example above, the strings do not exist, so Tailwind do not generate those classes. Instead, make sure any class names you're using exist in full. If you're using a component library like React or Vue, this means you shouldn't use props to dynamically construct classes. Props. Valid. Instead, map props to complete class names that are statically detectable at build time. Always map props to static class names. Color variance. Color. This has the added benefit of letting you map different prop values to different color shades, for example. As long as you always use complete class names in your code, Tailwind will generate all your CSS perfectly every time. Working with third-party libraries. Using relative paths. Safe list classes. Discarding classes. Classes aren't generated. This is something new that I've learnt, and I will take this to heart. So dynamic classes, right, is actually by far, I didn't think I'd be able to find a solution to this. So I figured it out, right? That makes sense. That makes total sense. Just gonna have to change this a little bit. Would this affect the other ways that I've done things? Let's look at every instance of CN just temporarily. So that's one problematic one. Okay, so enter. So this one isn't problematic because it's written in full. This one is not problematic because it's also written in full. That one is not problematic because it's written in full. This one is problematic because it's not written in full. This one is not in Tailwind. Grid row. Yeah, so this isn't even Tailwind, so it doesn't matter, I suppose. This is written in full. I think we're going around the we're going around the circle. Okay. Yeah, so my current failure right now is this. This is what's causing my pain and suffering. And that makes sense as to why. Before I continue, I want to see all the different new code that I've written. Okay. I guess I could commit this before I even do anything, but nah, I'll commit it. Undo. Should I commit this? Maybe. I'll just do it. I'll just do it now. Let's just double check what's been changed. Three-dot menu. Yeah, I'm fine with that. And it's not really, doesn't need an explanation. Guess we go back to Neovim. We got the terminal. Okay. Z open all. Okay. Ichiro. How's it going, dude? Not bad, not bad. I just came back from the gym, actually. Let me get rid of that banner. Yeah, so I'm back from the gym. Getting ready to do some more. I'm just taking it slowly. I found out an issue that I'm having with Tailwind that I now understand more about dynamic classes. More specifically, it's like you can't have classes like this. Oh, so nice. Are you working on Scheduler or any other project? Yeah, right now this is Scheduler. This is the Scheduler project, and yeah, the issue that I'm having right now is this specific class, this call start class. And I mean the basic idea is these classes need to be written out in full. So like I actually just need a number here, but I did it dynamically. The only issue is this isn't being brought over by Tailwind at build time. So then the CSS doesn't actually show up. So that's something I just learned just a minute ago. And I just got to do this better. And right now, if you look at the calendar, right, this is what it looks like. This is currently in the correct position. But okay, yeah, here's the problem. So I actually did a new npm run dev, and it'll just build everything. But on the first build using Tailwind, the actual, what is it here? So the sm::col -start -6, this should be moving it to this position, but it doesn't. And that's because that specific, I guess, Tailwind tag doesn't exist as a CSS. So then the issue is that you basically need to have this at build time. And currently that's not the case, because you don't actually explicitly say 6 here. Or, yeah, right. So, yeah. So just trying to fix that now, trying to think of a way to do this better. If only there was a way to map these different options. If only. Lol actually sounds actually complex to solve. Yeah, maybe, yeah, a little bit. But I just need to find a way to map things the right way, and that would be it, hopefully. I feel like there should be a way that they tell you. Always use complete class names. I feel like then this comes down to JavaScript, because they use a ternary operator. If we can predefine the set of Tailwind classes that we need before, and then just map it. So, okay. I mean, I think that's what they literally say here. Instead, map props. Okay, if you're using a component library, this means you shouldn't use props to dynamically construct classes. Instead, map props to complete class names that are statically detectable at build time. Yeah. So this is literally what I need. This is literally just what I need. Like that's all the mapping that's required. Yeah, it'll be, so maybe you have to make the functionality outside of Tailwind. That's right. Pretty much just this. So that should be fine, I think, right? I think. It'll just mean I'm mapping numbers. So instead of this, instead of concatenating, converting it to string, I should expect sm::start. I'm just gonna copy that. sm::start. Actually, let me undo that. I'll just remember it like that, and then do something like this. Maybe just get rid of that. How they do it. Yeah. Maybe you can change the style and then call a re-render. Change the style and call a re-render. How do I call a re-render? Unless re-render means just to rerun the app from the command line. Maybe I gotta read more just on what re-render is. React re-render. Certain hooks re-render your components. There are a lot of misconceptions about this topic and can lead to a lot of uncertainty. If you don't understand React's render cycle, how can we understand how to use React Memo or when we should wrap our functions and use callback? In this tutorial, we're going to write a mental model. Let me just think. Okay, so sure. Certain hooks re-render your components. If that's the gist, right? Oh my god, this guy popping out on the side is actually kind of scared me for a second. What a troll. Okay. Yeah, certain hooks re-render your components. Maybe you can change the style. So maybe you can change the style and then call a re-render. To be honest, I don't even know. We'll see. Let me try implementing this way first. Column variance, fuck it. Maybe. Why? I'm gonna have to maybe just quickly get myself to understand the tilde in JavaScript, TypeScript. Tilde. Okay, so let me think. When you use something like useState and change the state, the component using the state calls a re-render when the state is declared. Okay, yeah. I can understand that part. That does make sense, right? If that's what, yeah, okay. If that's a re-render, yeah, then that does make sense. And I've learned a little bit about the, I guess, re-renders already. Then maybe from the Odin project when I was doing the React pathway a few days ago, right? Const pos, set pos, use yeah. Okay. So doing it that way then, I see. Right, I see what you mean. So let me say scroll back a little. So you say maybe you have to make the functionality outside of Tailwind. Maybe you can change the style and then call a re-render. And class names, column, $, right? Yeah, okay. So does it work? I think it won't work doing it that way. So that's because of the way Tailwind builds the CSS in the background. So like you can see it in an example, right? So in the dynamic class names, this is they tell you don't construct class names dynamically. So you got text dash either red or green dash 600, right? So that wouldn't work. And they say it's because Tailwind doesn't generate those classes, right? I'm rusty on front end, haha, but I used to do that with CSS. Yeah, so I think that's the other thing. Like, it works for CSS alone because from what I've seen is if I just get rid of all those errors. Okay, avoid the errors for now, but like right now there's this style tag, right? That I'm hovered over. This style tag is just CSS. I think. So if this is all CSS, right? You notice that I do something similar to what I did before. Like I'm trying to calculate the time and I guess the width of the actual block of time, or the I guess the shift in time. So all of these, the first line here does the shift in time, and the second one here does the actual width of the block of the event. And this works fine in CSS. But then, yeah, it just doesn't work in Tailwind because of this generation on build thing that Tailwind does. So from reading this, it seems, yeah, just got to write them all out. Let's see. Column variants. So I'm going to now delete that one. And then I'll go to the top. Just create const column variants. And I'm going to go like 1. Let me see. Yeah, 1. Wait, Control V, Control Shift V. Okay, that's ugly. SM call start 1. And then just Control C, which is yank, paste. All right, we'll see. Whoops. 5 6 6 7. Okay. Hi, David. Adam says. Hello, Adam. David says. Nice for you to be on stream. Thank you for joining. How far are you in this project? Let's say it's very early days. It's been probably about 2 or 3 weeks since I started the project, but this is going to be like a long-term project. I'm thinking like a year or two to actually build it to the way I want. You know, if I can get that sooner, you know, like during that process, I'm going to be learning a lot as well. So that's why I'm projecting 1 to 2 years. So it could take longer as well, or shorter. So yeah. Okay. Let's see. Column variants. Let's go back to column variants. Variants. Element implicitly has any type because expression of type number can't something. Okay. Alright, well, let's have a think. Adam says, wow, a year or two. Are you doing all of these by yourself? Yeah, so the plan is hopefully I can build like an MVP by myself. Maybe then it'll be easier to get other people interested, and then maybe we can like find other people to maintain the project with me. Something like that, you know? And then, you know, me doing these streams also gives this project some exposure as well, beyond other things. So yeah, and it's all open source, so you know, anybody can see the code. Anyone can contribute if they want to. But yeah, most of the time it's just going to be me, for now, at least I think. Oh, so you're planning starting a business from this? Not really. I mean, the chances that it can take off are slim, but also, I mean, if I build something good enough, it could turn into like a large audience of people who like this product, and maybe what I could do is market for self-hosting costs, or like hosting costs. So, you know, something like what Gitty does, for example, because Gitty is like an open source project, and this is an open source project that I'm trying to build, and they're licensed under MIT, but I've licensed it under something slightly different that'll protect the I guess software a lot more. But Gitty, their official website, they also have this like products and pricing. You know, they have a product of Gitty Cloud. You know, maybe we can do something similar, but you know, the idea is users pay $9.5 per user per month. And you know, this is a subscription based because it'll be cloud hosting that maybe I end up managing. So this is probably the most marketing. This is the most money I could make out of it, right? And I'm gonna say it's not even gonna be the product itself that's gonna make me money. It'll be the hosting around the product when we get to it. But with that said, you can still kind of see the product just by going to Let me go to it. If you go to the scheduler GitHub link in the description, there is still a demo link that you can access. The problem with this is I'm the only one that knows the password to log in for now, but in my next release, hopefully I can make that just public and just like name it username demo, password demo. And right now, we have the latest changes deployed to the staging scheduler and the latest release deployed to scheduler.myname. And then the problem with this one is this one's got nothing here right now because we haven't had any releases yet. So ideally, theoretically, this is all automated now. The thing is, this will automatically be updated when a new release occurs, and the staging scheduler will also be released, would also be updated on every push to the main branch. And that's how it currently works, except I just haven't pushed my changes yet, which are currently in this PR. So I've got a lot of changes that I've done already, a lot of commits. And I was just talking to Ichiro yesterday, actually. If Ichiro is still here, I just told you where you can have a closer look at what I'm doing. But yeah, that's the project, and that's how I'm planning a business around it. Very cool. Is this the only project you're working on right now? Yeah, pretty much. Beyond trying to learn about React a little more, HTML and CSS as well, and also doing Leetcode, which is what I should be doing right now, but I've decided to do this first. So after I figure out this little bug, maybe then I'll head over to Leetcode. Ichiro, yeah, I'll download it later tonight. All good. All good. Take your time. No stress as well. Yeah. Let's see then. What else? I also want... What exactly? Right, I wanted to understand the tilde symbol. I think the tilde symbol is probably similar to JSX. Maybe it gets interpreted as strings, right? Maybe. Alright, not to be intrusive, but are you doing Leetcode to get a job? Yes. Yes. I mean, that's pretty much the only reason anybody does Leetcode. I mean, yeah, I think the thing is I'm trying to think of Leetcode as not only something for a job, right? Despite what I just said, but, trying to think of it as doing Leetcode equals being somewhat of a good engineer in terms of algorithms, Me and my homies hate Leetcode. Haha, yeah. Man, the thing is, I actually don't like it. I think I had a pretty big stigma around Leetcode maybe last year, right? And then I did an interview, right? I did an interview at Atlassian for an internship. I passed the coding interview without the open assessment without any trouble, and I only did like maybe 20 Leetcode questions at that time, so I did that fine. And then I went to doing like a interview, coding interview that coding interview was on front end, and I actually hadn't done much front end then. And I think that's what caused me, or like didn't get me into the internship position. So I'm kind of still recovering from that failure. That's one thing though. I've tried for other internships as well, except, sometimes I'm also thinking about maybe I should look for grad roles now as well, since I'm technically graduated from my bachelor's, but I'm also doing a master's now. So am I a graduate? Am I not? So I think I am. And I can still go for grad roles if I wanted to. So, that's something I should do as well. Okay, but let me see the comments. I see. I thought this project was something you do on the side while working a 9 to 5. I mean, I almost work a 9 to 5. That's pretty much what I do. I'm going to be doing a 9 to 6 of study starting next semester, which is in 10 days. So when the streams come around, then it'll be me studying. So it'll be different from what I'm doing now, maybe. Maybe less of Leetcode, maybe less of this, but then it'll be like, showing me studying and keeping me accountable that way. And Ichiro says, dude, I haven't been applying because I don't want to do code problems. Honestly, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Man, it's just the way it is sometimes. Adam says, oh, you're still in school? I see, yes. Yes, so I'm doing my master's. So it's still, I'll be graduated from my master's next year in November. So still some time away, but it's pretty close. And technically I've already graduated from my bachelor's, so I consider myself graduated as much as I can say. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. I'm graduated, but I'm also not. I just gotta make myself feel like I'm graduated, so like I can actually, empower myself almost. I don't know. It's like, I'm gonna be studying as well, but I'm also thinking about job prospects or making projects and directing my own life, and then also all that stuff. What masters are you pursuing? I am doing a master's of IT with a specialization in AI. So, yeah, that's what it is. It'll also give me like the possibility of a PhD if I want to as well later. And yeah, we'll see how it goes, keeping options open. Mm-hmm. So why is this still failing on me? I'm gonna try. Element implicitly has any type because expression of type number. I can't even read that. Let's see. Can't be used to index. Maybe I can turn it to a string first. Although I could probably just put this in a list and don't bother using a object, and then just index in the list. Ooh, what did I do? Okay. Dot has type string, cannot be used to index type 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What? Let me think about this a little better. I don't know, we'll see. I don't know what I'm about to write here, but man, okay, wait. See that again? Dollar curly braces. Not dollar curly braces. Dollar curly braces. Curly braces. My God, I am backtick. What's wrong here? I'm pretty. I wish I could like see these errors in more detail somehow. It's alright. Gotta reduce the window size by, let's say, 30. 30. What just happened? Let's see, Control W, decrease height. We're typing 30, and we're decreasing the height. I didn't decrease the height, it only increased it. Okay. We're gonna go to the next tab. Insert, Control C. I'm just gonna exit. Go to the top. Okay, dude, I have to go. Maybe come tomorrow. Have a good one. All good. See ya, Ichiro. See ya and good luck. Thank you, man. Have fun. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7. Let me read up on this. I feel like this is probably the easiest type of error to solve. I just don't know how to. I guess that makes sense. Oh, this isn't it. This is it. Kind of makes sense why you do this as well. Int maybe list in TypeScript. TypeScript arrays. And then I'll use an array. SM call start 1 gonna have to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I guess. Go to the bottom. Okay, let's have a look. See if that's fixed through a new invocation. So that currently doesn't work. Go like this. cd front end nvm use npm run dev. So hopefully it gets dynamically, it gets generated. Yes, perfect. It's working. Alright, the bug's fixed. The bug's fixed. So whoopsies. What else has been changed? Column variants. I won't call it column variants, you know, like I'll call it something else. So to change it, let me do this. Change it to, instead of calling it column variants, what's another good name? Column position, I guess. Grid position, column position. Column day position, column position. Looking good so far. Did you finish your bachelor's in just 2 years? I finished my bachelor's in 3 years. It was a 3-year endeavor. Yeah. I'm pretty happy with the outcome, to be honest. Like, I feel like I know a lot. Like, yeah, I feel like I'm empowered. From the experience that I had, at least. What about yourself, actually, Adam? Are you still studying? I graduated a year ago. I'm finding a job now. I moved countries multiple times and adapting to new country is quite a challenge. Fair enough, fair enough. That's hopefully the new country experience is still, eye-opening, I suppose. Seeing different cultures and different people, and hopefully, you're making connections and stuff, making new friends as well. Thanks, David. I don't want to break your flow, but I'm curious, what is your software journey like up until this point? Don't worry about breaking my flow, man. I have a stream on for a reason. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. So you're curious what your software journey up until this point was like. All right, let's see. So let's say right now, I'll get back to writing this. I'll open up a new. Let's see. Sure, I'll just open up a new terminal. Well, I just write, because I just want to write. So Alacrity, I might just open up a new Alacrity thing. WSL. New file. Okay, so my journey, let's see, 2020, 2021. 2020 was when I started uni. That's where I did foundations of computing. In foundations of computing, we learn about Python. So that's where I learned a lot of my Python, I would say. Actually, I would say this is in 2020, this is 2021. Oh my god, I'm making so much trouble for myself. You can tell that I'm still learning. Okay, 2021, that was when I did Foundations of Computing, which was basically in Python, and that was one subject, one semester, and that was pretty much the extent of my software learning in one semester. But, following Foundations of Computing, I also did Foundations of Algorithms. That was another subject, and that was in C. So I learned about C early on, C and Python, which gave me the confidence to land a job second semester of 2021. And this was just a consulting job at a place called The Joinery. And I was just my title was an automation expert. So I actually was also at the time looking into Zapier. So this is where I learned my Zapier, N8N, Integromat. So these are different automation platforms for businesses. This is where I learned that. But this N8N one was mainly self-taught as well. So I didn't actually need to learn much from The Joinery to learn about N8N, because I was almost like the pioneer of it at that company at the time. But this job was also quite easy to get, I would say, because all I needed was Python knowledge at the time. And they were looking for, automation experts, not necessarily programmers. And, you were mainly writing programs at most using Zapier, which was all UI based, right? So that was thinking in software, but writing in a UI, which does get to you in the sense that by the time you've spent 2 years writing programs in Zapier, or, effectively programs in Zapier, it gets to you to the point where you don't want to do it anymore, right? So then that's when I moved on. And, during this time that I was with the joinery, I was maybe doing it for 2 years, and I was also learning during that time. And so how many internships did you apply for until you got that automation job? That was actually, I got kind of lucky, I would say, because to get the joinery job here, I think it was during the tech boom. So it was it was just easier to find a job, right? So it was actually from Indeed.com that I found the job, and it was literally just the first job that I applied for on Indeed.com, and it was very lucky. It was very lucky, I would say. I got it straight away. So and when I say straight away, I'd still had to do meetings in person. So I had to, go to them in person and just show the foundations of computing skills that I had at the time, which was all in Python. And once they were happy with what I could bring to the table, they just said, sure, we'll take you on for like so and so amount of money, which was good money for a first year. But later on, I wanted more. They couldn't give more, so don't worry about it. And then I guess during those 2 years, I learned more about databases. So between 2022 to 2023, I learned more about databases using like Postgres or SQL, right? So this is all like SQL. And sometimes NoSQL. So we mainly briefly touched on NoSQL stuff, which was fine. And there was also, I guess this is where I mainly honed my skills on C as well, and Python. So your bachelor's was focused on software. It wasn't necessarily software. Well, it wasn't necessarily. Okay. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was okay. So yeah, it was a bachelor's. Bachelor's of Science with, and they called it. Oh, can I type? Okay, computing and software systems. That was like the major. That was what it's called. Computing and software systems. So yeah, it was pretty much software. But the computing part, I guess, is the algorithms part that we learned. So, there was a foundations of algorithms, but then there was also later on, in 2022, it was algorithms and data structures. So, was the other course algorithms, which just goes further into foundations of algorithms, and you learn more about these data structures and algorithms. And that was in, I think, C or Python, I forgot. But yeah, that was also pretty helpful, and I'm pretty grateful for that. And then, third year as well, we also actually did some projects. So IT, there was something called the IT project that everyone had to do. And that was a project where you had a client, and the client tells you to make something and you make it. And, so a lot of that time, during that time, it was pretty much just hacking away at a front-end app and trying to build something that you knew nothing about, i.e. React at the time. So you didn't even, this is where I guess we first got, exposure to React and JavaScript. And then that's about it, pretty much. Are you more of a back-end guy or front-end guy? That's a good question. I don't think I've decided yet, because I think I do like writing like back-end logic, because if you think about it, Leetcode is pretty much mainly back-end logic and back-end efficient logic, right? So I kind of like that, and I kind of like thinking about those types of problems. And then in terms of front-end, the idea of organizing your code in a way that makes it readable for a developer is also pretty fun. Like, front-end is not just about making it shown on the screen, right? You have to make it so that it looks good internally as well, with components that are well-sized and understandable. I've been told that the components I've made are like readable, like when they first jump into the code base, it makes sense to them. I want to kind of do the same thing for this project as well. And I think that comment, that comment is what I strive to get from other people. I want my front end code to look good and not be a miserable experience to be in. So I think I like tidying my front end code, and I also like back end theory, which is like Leetcode stuff. So yeah, I mean, back end isn't only Leetcode, right? That's kind of like it pretty much isn't Leetcode most of the time, because you're trying to figure out the equally same thing, how to organize front-end code, right? How to organize back-end code now. Interesting. I could totally relate to that. I do like back-end, but I hate seeing absolute bad UI, right? That's it. By the way, is your master's research-based? It's course-based. So it's not research-based. It's course-based, and it's going to be there is one subject, which is the research subject, and I'm going to be taking that one most likely so that I can get credibility to do a research if I want to go down the PhD route as well. So yeah. And so what, Bachelor's of Science, and yeah, now is just Masters of IT in artificial intelligence. Oh, interesting. Thanks for sharing. All good. All goods, all goods. And yeah, Masters of IT is what I'm doing currently. So let's see. I guess also then, during my Masters of IT, during this year, I've been really sinking myself deep into coding since I've got this keyboard now, and also, streaming as well. And this keyboard came maybe 3 or 4 months ago, 5 months ago. So yeah. yeah, similar to what the Primogen has. Yeah, I mean, it's I think he made a video on this keyboard, and he has one called the Kinesis, right? So this the Kinesis one compared to this one, I think he's made a comparison video, I think. So I want to try that one day. Is it good? So this one specifically, this is the Glove 80, and I mean, I've only tried one of these Ergo keyboards ever in my life, so I can't, I guess, exactly say that it's good or not, but I think it's pretty good, right? Just from my experience with the single keyboard that I've had so far that isn't greater than $20. So this is that is greater than $20, I should say. But yeah, this is like I don't have any hate. I don't have any hate to this. Like I think if anything was recently when I was typing, say for like 10 hours, maybe I was like that day I streamed for 10 hours and most of the time I was just typing or rewriting Leetcode questions or typing on monkey type. During that whole day, when I'm training my fingers, it did get to my forearm a little bit. But the only reason that happened was because, I haven't been taking breaks that day. So I didn't take any breaks and I was pretty much typing non-stop. And I think maybe it was what contributed to the arm being weird was because my hands are always like this, because they're always flat down rather than tilted. So if I tilted it a little more, maybe it would be a different story. So I never tilted this, and I don't intend on tilting this because as you can see, it's literally, you can't see anything when that happens. But maybe in future when I actually need to tilt it, I will. But yeah. But like using it day to day now, using Neovim, I think it's just fine. If anything, I was just training my forearm, so I think it's been fine. I think that's like not even something to worry about, to be honest. The forearm thing. No. Oh. Probably. Interesting. What do you run your Neovim on? Okay, so this is Alacrity. So this is just a terminal emulator called Alacrity. And let's see, actually, let me go back to Firefox. Alacrity. It's just an open source terminal emulator. And then if I go back out, this is just on my Windows computer, so I decided to use WSL, so had to set that up. So it's like a Linux system, and then I can just use this like a Linux system now, and then I actually use another thing for my Neovim config, which is called nvchad, which has been like growing in popularity, I guess from YouTubers as well, making videos about nvchad. And I use this as I guess my base config for Neovim, that everything you see right now, like, okay, except for the actual homepage here, I guess the tree that shows up on your left when you do Control N, this tree of files, this is from that Neovim config nvchad, and there's a bunch more, but yeah, I then basically customize my stuff off this nvchad config, and I have my own like .files repo, and that's where I kind of use it cross-platform, so I can kind of just use my .files cross Linux machines. So I have a Mac on the side here that I can have my Linux, I guess, .files. So I can have my Linux .files on my Mac, my similar Linux .files on a Linux WSL on Windows, and I also have the Ubuntu operating system, which is dual booted to this PC, and that which is also just Linux, right? So they all have this same NVIM. Actually, I just realized I did just kind of talk beyond your question. Except the other thing is, where did everything go? Right. Okay. Fix. Dynamic class names. Alright, I think I head out. Enjoyed hearing your story. Thanks. All good, Adam. Yeah, thank you for staying in the chat for so long. Appreciate it. Okay. So fix. Oh, all right. Give me a second. Okay, fix solve dynamic class names problem. Okay. As per the link above, dynamic class names during previous implementation was flawed and failed to generate those CSS classes. And to remedy this, we use a new column did I call it column? Yo, what did I call it? Kind of got to open up another terminal. Column position, right. Such as call call start one call start 2 etc. Okay, that's good. So quit git push I think the other thing is don't worry about it. I didn't know that. Neovim. Why? I don't know why that's always an issue. I have to check it out later. Okay, but let's do some further refactoring on this. And after all that refactoring, I'm going to do a Leetcode question. So I know for a fact I might need to make this menu into just one menu. View menu to three dot menu into one menu. Yeah, and the 3-dot menu itself is another thing that I need to just go to. Open all of it, okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to box it in a fragment. No, open. All right, right. And then we're gonna write drop down menu. Similar to how we have it here, I think. Drop down menu. Drop down menu trigger. As child. Drop down menu trigger. Let's see. Okay, yeah. And what is it? We need a button which has ellipsis horizontal icon, which ellipsis horizontal icon comes from hero icons, which I want to use a Lucide React equivalent. A Lucide equivalent. So ellipsis horizontal icon. Ellipsis horizontal icon. Lucide. This might just be it, to be honest. Ellipsis. So here we go button, if I go to scheduler, so we're talking about a 3-dot menu, which is this. Okay. Now my button also has a variant of what? Okay, my button did have a variant of something, but it's basically the same as shadcn anyway. And the button there has an icon variant. Oh, it's a size. I see. I see. Ugh. Right, it's size. So we can variant, outline, size, icon, close the button, and ellipsis, horizontal, horizontal circle icon. I kind of want to see what that looks like. Oh, this is not even loose side. H5W5, I feel like, we have a look here. H4W4. Let's just not do anything for now. And just have a look at what that looks like. That's not it. Oh, I don't even have the web page up again. Let's have a look. Okay. It's not bad. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I don't like it that much that way. Five is better, yeah. Nah, 5. And then size icon, ellipsis, and then the actual items. Drop down menu content. Alright, so something similar to that. And in that drop down menu content, we can have the same radio group of items. Actually, yeah, that's being shown. It's because the item has ML6 MID. Alright, so you can probably... Can you do as div here? And do the same thing. As doesn't exist, okay. Well, that was a waste of typing. KB Patil says, where are you working currently? I am working from home and working on my own project, so not specifically for work. Okay, got it. Do you do live stream daily? Yeah, mainly daily. Most days except yeah, most days except when I start uni maybe. Or if I want to take a break and not do some of this coding stuff or study, you know. Okay. Disappears, reappears. Perfect. And in each of the menu items, we have a few things. So in this one, this old one, we had create event, go to today. Probably just want to get go to today and each of these. And I could leave them separate, or I could duplicate them. I might keep it separate, you know? Keep things separate. I think that'll be just easier. And then just copy this. Okay, view and set view not defined. No worries. View, set view, and we're gonna have view menu props. Okay, that's good, that's fixed. And then we also want sections. So if I look up drop down menu shadcn, have a look. So there's sections. So drop down menu separator, I think is what I need. We go back up, drop down menu separator. Cool. And that would put a separator. Just make this smaller again. You can't see it because we haven't actually got something above it yet. So also the menu group items. So menu group, menu item, drop down menu item is probably what I want to add. So let's add it here. Drop down menu item. Whoa, what did I just do? Okay. Yo, what am I moving? Oh, I got this from Radix UI. Okay, well, I am undoing that. Undo, undo, undo. Let's go back. Insert, tab, drop down menu separator with that. Let me see if I can see that actually again then. I want to know. Okay, yeah, I do see a separator. It's good. That is good. Okay, so above that. Hold on a second. Why is this weird? Let me get rid of that then and see if that's the same thing. No. Why is it then? This looks fine. And this doesn't. Okay. We'll figure it out. Radio group item, menu content. Drop down menu separator. Drop down menu item should have something. Go to today. Is that what we have here? Go to today, yep. Except there's a span. Drop down menu shortcut, span, credit card. Go to today, I see. Let's do a span. See what span does. Does it do anything? Nothing really. Light, dark. So look at the drop down menu again. Preview. Yep. Okay. I think I'm gonna have a break. We need to first come back to this. There's still a few things different about this that needs solving. Oh wait. Right, in the 3-dot menu, I actually don't pass anything, I think. That should be fine then, and that should work. Yes, it does. Go to today. Maybe I should put a icon there as well. Alright, I'll come back to this. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's have a look. KB Patil, just subscribe, bro. Let me know when you'll stream again tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll be probably streaming around the same time as I started this stream, so I'll probably be here all day again. So just catch up whenever you want, assuming you're still here. Okay, let's have a think. Let's continue. So we don't want, so we want to go to the 3-dot menu. Wow, okay, well that's not gonna work. 3-dot menu. I think that's good. Okay, so remove that. And hold on. Oh wow. All right, let's see.
on a Wednesday. So if we come here, June 1st should actually be rendering right here. Let's come down to where we're rendering our days, and we'll see that they're being rendered derived from in the URL or do something like that. So this seems like, so we can change that right here, time attribute. Okay, so we're rendering our days, but you'll notice that the calendar starts on week here. We can just come to our end key of our interval, and right now this is the 31st. Let's go ahead and bring that to the end of the week with end of week. And this is another import. And look at that, we got all of the week filled using these days from June. Okay, now let's come and look at the conditional styling. The Tailwind folks did all this work to have all these different cases handled, but we don't have these properties. We can replace them with dateFNs. So I'm going to grab all of the day is today, and we're going to replace this with is today day. Look at that. We've got our indigo showing us today. Instead of indigo, let's make this red 500. Looks pretty good. Now, what about is current month? Let's grab all of these and replace it with is same month. Another super handy function from dateFNs. We're going to compare the day to today. Look at that. We've got all of the current month as gray 900, and then June here is showing as gray 400. Okay, and last, to show a selected state, because these are buttons, and so the idea is you can click on them to see the meetings for the selected day. Let's come up to our component, and let's add a selected day, set selected day, which is just going to be some React state. We can actually seed this with today, so when you start, the selected day is today. And then down here, to check if the day is selected, we're actually going to use an isEqual function from dateFNs, and we're going to compare the day that we're looping over right now with the selected day in React state. And this makes sure to just compare the date and time of these things rather than using object identity with triple equals. This is a little bit safer to use. And now we can see that today is getting the style treatment for the selected day. So this is pretty neat. If you've never used this library before, you know, these kind of helper functions, they follow a really consistent naming scheme. So once you spend just a little bit of time with this, you start being able to guess all these APIs. And I was pretty blown away when I did this in my own app, just how easy it was to make it all dynamic, but we're not done yet. Okay, next, let's make it so we can click on this and actually update the selected day. So this is going to be an on click. Let's go ahead and set the selected day to the day that we're looping over. And now we should be able to select different days. And all we're going to have to do is, and that's working great, this day falls. So now if we come down to the bottom, let's define a new variable called start classes. And if the day falls on Sunday, we don't need anything. But if it starts on Monday, we want it to start in the second column. That's Monday. So Tuesday would be 3, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So now if we come back to get day, we should just be able to pass this index in to our new call start classes array. And check that out. We've got June 1st on Wednesday. There we see July 1st should be on Friday, and that's working great. So that's another pretty handy function. Right here, it's just going to be a new property derived from this state. And if we throw this right here, now we've got that showing. Let's use the full name of the month, and boom, just like that. Okay, now how about these dates? Instead of always showing May, let's start with the first. Let's do interval math on dates, but key for the current month. And now here we want to increment that to the next month. So we can parse the current month. This is really all we need to know to put us in May 2022. And if it's a simple string, maybe we could put it in the URL or do something like that. These next and previous month buttons. And these are right here. And we'll start with this one for next month. So let's say onClick equals next month. Let's come up and we'll write a function next month. And this needs to toggle some state as well. So right now we're just showing the month of today, but we actually want to be able to toggle that. Let's just say what the current month is going to be some React state, set current month. And the data format for this, let's use something like May 2022. This is really all we need to know to put us in May 2022. And if it's a simple string, maybe we could put it in the URL or do something like that. So this seems like a reasonable way to store the current month for now. And so I'm actually going to format today, and we'll pass in mmm-yyyy. Let's go.
I see. May 2022. The week number. ISO week of year. Could do II or just I just do that. Alright, current week. And
go ahead and log the current month. take a look in the console, and there we see May 2022. So that's a nice little key for the current month. And now here we want to increment that to the next month. So we can parse the current month, which is going to come from date fns, take the current month, and we'll pass it the format of mmm-yyyy.
Okay. That makes sense. Sure.
Then we'll give this a new date object. This is going to give us the first day of the current month, which we can then call add on.
I see.
To add months 1. So this is another super handy method from datafns. Lets us do interval math on dates, but this is going to be enough to give us the first day of the next month. And now we can just call set current month to this same format function up here. But we'll just pass in the next month's date.
Interesting. Yeah, okay.
So if we come over,
that makes sense. So previous week. Where is parse coming from?
a month. And now here, this is going to give us the of month. So we can parse the current month, which is going to come from date fns.
I see. Comes from date fns. Return the date passed from string using the given format string. The characters in the format string wrapped between two single quotes are escaped the two single quotes in a row, whether inside or outside a quoted sentence, represent a real single quote. Format of the format string is based on the Unicode standard. Not all tokens are compatible. Combinations that don't make sense or could lead to bugs are prohibited and will throw a range error. For example, 24-hour format token. So what about the I? What about I? We do have I, okay. What's up with a new date though? Why do we need a new date? From Middle Indian format. Context of 2010. First day. Current week. Const previous day current week, add, so this uses add, add weeks, add 4 weeks to September 1st, so add weeks. Is there a minus? Add. Yeah, add weeks. Alright. -1. -1. Okay. Set current week to previous. Previous week. First day current week. Previous week. First day previous week. Yeah, first day previous week. First day previous week. Formatted to I. So I should be able to go to previous weeks, maybe. Oh, it's probably changing state, yep. But we'd need to change. So you set the current week. Let's have a look. I believe all I need to do is have some way. What do I use? I use today. I should use current week. If I use current week, all right. Got to do something about the navigation. How do you do it?
Take the current month and we'll pass it, which we can then call add on to add months 1. So this is another super handy method from DataFNs. Lets us do interval math on dates, but this is going to be enough to give us the first day of the next month. And now we can just call set current month to this same format function up here. But we'll just pass in the next month's date. So if we come over and hit next, we don't actually see anything. But if we look, we will see that our current month is being updated. So now we really want to derive the name of the month and all the days of the month from the current date. We are doing it from today. So let's start with the actual month title. Instead of today, we want to use the first day of the current month. That's right here. Let's go ahead and move this out. Right here, it's just going to be a new property derived from this state.
Oh,
and
okay. That's actually valid. Fair enough.
If we throw this right here, now we've got that showing. Let's use the full name of the month.
Okay, I see. Duh. That makes sense. First day current week. First day current week. That's working. Okay. Let me find all the todays. Each hour of interval. Start of today. Start of day, end of day. It's going to be a bit weird, okay. Next. Days of week. Events. Current week. Today. Today. Is today. Is today. Okay. Yeah, so basically everything is here. And first day current week. Previous week. Okay. First day current week. End of week. Each hour of interval. Yeah, okay, it's based on today, but keep it as is, I think. Let's have a look. Can't do anything. That doesn't. December. September. It keeps on going back until it can't. And then it goes forward. Look, it goes to January 2024, then back to December 2024. So what I currently have assumes only so much. So it might be better to use something else. Maybe, so instead of I, we want to use something else. Alright, before I do that though, we can do the following week. Set current week. I suppose we just need, the week number and then the year. So, previous week, today, okay, next week. Okay, well, that's good. Okay, there's still a little bit of finicking that I need to fix here. But that's pretty smooth already. I just got to also do an on-click for today. Okay, so if I just... It always comes back to today now. Alright, nice. But we don't want I. We don't want to use I just because there is no concept of anything else but I here. So probably let's do I with a year, or year with an I. Year with an I? Yeah, year with an I would probably make the most sense. Right, so year with an I. That means each of these will become year with an I. Man, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this find trick. And then convert it to y dash I enter. Okay, now there should be concept. Okay, this is because it's probably using old state. No, it isn't. It isn't. It just isn't. Wow, the string format mustn't contain y and I at the same time. Why? Why is that the case? Why is that the case? I actually want to read up on this. Okay. Well, let's make it unified. First day of week, first day of month, first day of year, day. You don't get any, I guess, closer than, you don't get any smaller than day, right? You don't get any smaller than day. So maybe that's what we do. We just make it day. Okay, yeah, so format year local week numbering. I don't understand how that works. ISO week numbering. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, so I'm going to change it %s to the YYYY dash I's to YYYY MM day of month day, I think, right? I think that would be good. Okay, enter. 5 substitutions. It should, I feel like it should be fine, but we will we'll test it. Yeah, that's fine. I think if I went all the way back, you know, to December 2023, it'd still be December 2023. Keep on going back, December 2022. Maybe, once I get there. I gotta click 52 times basically. December 2022 to January. It's actually nice. November. Yeah, gotta like do something about this because this is the next month, but you can still see it as, I guess, the same color, you know? That's fine. Go back to today, go forward just to double check. October, November, December, January. So it goes to January, December, January. February, January, February. It's still all based on today. Yeah, fuck it. I think that's fine. We'll keep it as is. Go back to today. Friday 12th. Month, year, week. Okay. I think this is pretty valuable, to be honest. It's alright. So they made it functional, except, you know, we gotta be careful. Next day. Gotta keep the padding somehow. I don't know how to do that. I'll look at it. I'll figure it out. Okay, let me find that then. Mobile and desktop view have different things. If I do that, these buttons still work. Damn. But actually, these buttons shouldn't be These buttons should be moving at only 1 unit. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I gotta fix that. A lot to fix. A lot to do. Slowly, but surely. Oh, man. Let's think. It's good to have these buttons. When it comes to these, it's a little bit different. Item center, justify center, text foreground. Versus text white. Fair enough. Except, you know, if they got similar, let's put it items center. Justify center, item center, justify center. Font semi-bold. Right. V D V D font semi-bold. Okay. What else? What else? Margin left 1.5. I actually don't know what this does. Flex H8. And that would stop it. Maybe R6. Yeah, I don't hate that, right? What about 7 then? Yeah, 7 gets a little big. Yeah, 7 gets a little big. Okay. 6 is like the sweet spot. Oh my god, man. Go with 6. Okay. And with that though, it doesn't affect that. However, it does okay, I'm gonna find this. H dash 8. Do we have any? No. 9. 10. No, it doesn't matter. Maybe I'll look up here. H8 with 8. H6. Okay, and then there we go. That's actually right. Okay, and this will prevent the actual jumping. It's good. Okay. Right. Let's see. GG. All imports unused. Ellipsis horizon is never used. So that's good. You know, we've gotten rid of headless UI. And chevron left to right icon. We're going to change that probably. Chevron left and right icon. Chevron. Chevron left. I see. So we're going to change that from hero icons to something else. Chevron left. Chevron right. Control C. It's a bit big. It's a bit big. It's the way it is though. Kind of need this. All of this. Okay. Okay. I will just quickly browse over this. Right. ZO. These are fine. This is where it gets interesting. Okay. That's fine. Today navigation. I'm gonna say this has to be made into its own thing. Navigation button. Navigation. Have to add something to this. Drink some water.
Okay. So, let's see. GG.
look up biome. Biome. Guess I'd have to check. Navigation buttons. View menu, 3-dot menu. So the 3-dot menu is surrounded by a div, I believe. It is. Should deal with the hour. Okay, you need that extra div. Vertical lines, horizontal lines, and the events. Events. Should I put these events in their own section? Z-O, 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 Z-O. If I put it in their own section, I could. I really could. You know, we have events, we have vertical lines, horizontal lines, we have a header, calendar header, maybe we just turn the header into a subcomponent. We could. Header. I think that would be wise. And in between that, we have child. No. Header to, okay. Passing data between components. Ooh, okay. Hello. The Odin Project. Is it really just offline? It is, okay. Sure, so child component to React. someone has the link for the keyboard used. I can tell you what it is. Sorry, I'm coughing. It's the Glove 80. You can just search this up and find it. All good? Okay, time to do a Leetcode question before we finish the day. So I said I was going to do this all day, but I haven't. So let's do it. Linked lists, reverse linked list. Merge two sorted linked, two sorted lists. Okay, let's do this one. This is an easy, so hopefully it should be quick and easy. If not, then oh well. It's the amount of time that was necessary. WSL exe cd. Uh, 21 merge two sorted lists dot py. I messed that up. Merge two sorted lists dot py. Okay. Definition of a singly linked list and the solution. Let's have a look. So you're given the heads of two sorted linked lists. Merge the two lists into one sorted linked list and return the head of the new sorted linked list. The new list should be made up of nodes from list 1 and list 2. Alright, given 1 and 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. This has to just be done in O of m plus n. Should be fine. I don't see a problem with that. I mean, think about it, right? So list 1 dot val maybe, you know, you can quickly just do the one before this one, you know. Probably gives us some tips, but okay, let me do this one maybe first. Just do it. Okay. Self val list 1 dot val so new list node maybe. Yeah. So head. So list. Let's call it result maybe. Yeah, we'll just call it result. List node. Alright, and then while list 1 and list and list 2 or list 2 list 1 dot val if list 1 dot val is greater than is less as greater than list 2 dot val if list 1 is equal to list 1 val is equal to 0, so it has to be 0. Length node value could be anything. Okay. If list val is equal to none, if list is equal to none, then res next is list node list 2 val and next is none, which is fine as is. Res dot next. Alright, insert res equals res dot next. Oh yeah, CRW is equals to, and it's probably better that I don't use res here. Call it L maybe. For list. All right. Insert val is equal to that. If list 2 or list 2 is equal to none. Wait, I'm doing the same thing. Next, so yeah, if and if list 1 is equal to none, no, I don't need to do that. So while list 1 and list 2 are not null, if list 1 val is greater than list 2 val, then list 1 dot val L dot next is equal to list node val list 2 val and how is list 2 optional list node val is not a known attribute of none. Whatever. Oh, right, it's because this whole thing could be none. I mean, if there's nothing left, so it's equal to list 2. List 2 is equal to none. L next is equal to list 1. And break. I think this should work. Killed? Nah, man. Okay, let's have a run through then. Our next is always going to be there's a list 1 val. I see. L dot list 1 equals list 1 dot next and sorry. Yeah, wait, no, this is 2. And we can try running that one. my output starts with a 0. How about, instead of 0 at the start, L is equal to that's already initialized to a value. L dot next is list2 if L1 is none and L2 none. But the value list node val, list2 val. Unless, we just update that one to the latest. And then L is L next. L is equal to that value, and we create a new next value. Or we just make that updated value and then only create a new node if there's a new value. originally set to none. And L equals next. I think that should do it. Untype is no attribute next. Yeah, fair enough. Then how do you originate? Does this work with the test case of nothing and nothing? Yes, it does. If R is equal to, if L is equal to none, if L is equal to none, if it's not none, list node, I guess, you know, it doesn't matter all that much if res was none. Just move it one ahead. I should have just moved it one ahead. Undo. Okay. Alright, I'll be back.
Hey guys, it's me again, and let's solve a Hey guys, it's me again, and let's solve another LeetCode problem, merge two sorted lists. So this is an easy problem. It's a mainly fundamental problem. There's nothing crazy about it, but it's a pretty good problem to understand some basic stuff. So we're given two linked lists, right? So this is the first one, this is the second one. Both of them are already sorted, and we just want to merge them into an output linked list. The only catch is that we have to use the original nodes, right? Like we can't create copies of the nodes. So let's say we have list 1 and we have list 2. I'm just going to take them exactly from the example that they gave us so we can actually focus on the general algorithm itself. So your intuition will probably solve this problem for you. So it's basically, since the lists are sorted, we start at the beginning of both of them, right? Now we can just compare the values. So they're both 1, so it doesn't really matter which one we pick. So we can just take, I'll say list 1, right? So we'll take this one and insert it in our output and then move to the next one and then just continue the algorithm. The only catch here is that right now our output list is empty, right? So this kind of gives us an edge case because we don't even have a list itself yet. So what I like to do is just create like a dummy node. So this is a pretty common technique, and you avoid any edge cases. You avoid the edge case of the initial empty list. So let's say we start out with a list, right? This is a dummy node. It could have any possible value. So now we're going to insert 1 into our list. Now we're going to compare two values of 2 and 1. In this case, the value from list 2 is smaller, so we're going to take it, insert it into our output list, 1. Now we're going to be comparing these two, so 2 and 3. The value from list 1 is smaller. We take it and insert it into our output, 2. And then, of course, we can move to the last value in list 1. So now we're at 4 and 3. Which one of them is smaller? Of course, 3, which is the value in list 2. I'm running out of space, but I think you get the idea at this point. So now we're at the two last values from each list. We'll just take the value from list 1 and add it, which is 4. They're both the same, so it doesn't matter. Now, this is the last edge case that we have to worry about. So now, for list 1, there aren't any more values left, right? So we can't really continue our algorithm. Lucky for us, there's only one value left in list 2, but it's not always going to be the case, right? Maybe there could be a bunch of other values, right? 4, 5, 6. There could be other values in list 2. Now, what would we do in this case? Well, we can do a really easy thing, which is just take the remaining portion of the list. So if we run out, so if one of the lists is empty, of course, the list 2 in this case is still sorted. So we can literally just take that list, insert it into the end of our result, right? So that's basically the idea. Okay, now let's write the code. So remember, I like, and most people like to use this technique of creating a dummy node so you don't have to worry about the edge case of inserting into an empty list. The tail of our list is initially, I'm just going to say, the dummy. So now we're going to keep going. We're going to iterate through these two lists. What's the condition that we're going to do that? Basically, if both of them are non-empty, right? Because that's when we can actually compare the two values. So while list 1 and list 2 are non-null. So now we can do our comparison. So if the value of list 1 is less than the value of list 2, then of course we're going to take the list 1 value and insert it into our tail. So tail.next is going to be the node itself, right? List 1 node. And then we can, of course, update our list1 pointer. Now, the else case is if list2 is less than or equal, right? So if they were equal, the else condition would evaluate. So we're going to do the exact same thing, except list2 is going to be inserted. And don't forget, we do have to update our tail pointer, but the tail pointer is going to be updated regardless of which node we insert into our list, so that's why I'm not putting it in either of the conditionals. And you might be tempted to just say return dummy.next, return the list, but don't forget our condition was list1 and list2 are non-null. What if one of them is empty, but the other one isn't right now? Well, in that case, we want to find the non-empty list and then insert it at the end of our result. So if L1 is non-null, then we'll say tail.next is equal to L1. So we're just taking that remaining portion of L1 and inserting it into the end of the list. Else if L2 is non-null, we would do the exact same thing with L2. Only one of them can be non-null. So let me just run it to prove to myself that it still works. And yep, it does. And some random percentages that always seem to change. Right now it's 65%, but I'm sure if I submit it again, it could be 10%, it could be 99%. I don't know why Leetcode is so inconsistent with this, but that's besides the point. If this was helpful, please leave a like and subscribe. And thank you for watching, and feel free to suggest any other problems that you would like to see solved.
Ever heard of D3? What about Chart.js? What about Victory, React Charts, Tanstack Charts? There's so many charting libraries, like way too many. Well, today there's one more. It's not your usual chart library. The same way that ShadCN isn't your usual UI library either. I'm so excited to share with y'all today that ShadCN has finally shipped charts. Yes, ShadCN charts is now a real thing. I am so hyped. I've been waiting for this for a while. I am almost certain this is built on top of D3 or something like it, but I want to dig in, both into the code and how we use it. It's time. Let's play with ShadCN charts. UI.shadcn.com now has /charts. And wow, just opening the page, the animations, I'm in. I wasn't going to be too hard to convince because ShadCN stuff's always good, but yeah, that was really good. Let's give one of these a shot. Let's do the area chart. Look at how easy this is to get into your code base. I can just hit the copy button. We can go over to any Shad code base. I'll make a new one just to showcase how easy this is to do. We'll go to docs, installation, next. Here's the command we got to run for it. Well, that's to create the project. We'll create our own project anyways. You know what? I'll copy this just to make it even faster. Copy with bun, paste, cool. Now we have a ShadCN demo. Now I can copy this command, paste, default, slate, yes, cool. Now I have ShadCN set up. It's that easy. You run those two commands, and now Shad is set up. It's not that ShadCN's a library. Make sure you check out my UI libraries or dead video if you haven't already. Shad does rely on a couple packages though. Not ones they made, ones that you would probably be implementing if you built your own component library. Things like class variance authority, Lucid React, as well as certain accessibility tools that will get installed as we install more components. Let's go install the button, the classic, everyone's favorite. So we can copy the code or we can use the CLI. Click there, click button, paste. And now we have the button added. And if I go to the code, we'll see that there's a new components library, and this has this button TSX file. This is a pretty complex thing that I would never want to write myself because it does all the weird things you might want to do with a button while also making it a standard UI thing. And now I can go to any place I want to use this, like my page. We can delete all of the stuff here that we don't want. And in the middle here, button, it will import, hi, button. And now if I button dev, now I have a button. But we're not here for buttons. We're here for beautiful charts, not even charts, beautiful ones. So let's view the code. Cannot scroll further. Do I just have to copy the code? Apparently it's using recharts. Interesting choice. Not a bad one, but an interesting one for sure. Also using Lucid, which I think is already installed. Yeah, Lucid React's already installed. That's what they're using for animations, I'm pretty sure. We could also go to the docs and take a look at it this way. Probably the best bet. Beautiful charts, browse the charts library. They call out that they use recharts under the hood. Again, Shadcn's not sitting here pretending that they invented everything themselves. They just made really good starting points to make these things for your own applications. But this is nice. They have different ones with icons. They have different ones with different data underneath. They have ones with gradients. I like the gradient. Let's start with that. So we can hit that, or we can hit the copy code button. And now all we have to do to add this, go wherever you want to put it. We'll do components. Instead of UI, I'm going to do charts. In here, we'll make a gradient graph.tsx. Paste. Here we go. It looks like it's missing a couple of the other things that it's expecting us to use, specifically card and chart. We could probably install those. I'm surprised they don't show you how to do that here, but if we go back to the docs, they almost certainly will. Oh, you have to add chart first. That makes sense. Paste, enter, and now charts are added. So now I'm assuming it also installed card because that was a subdependency. Yep, UI now has card and chart, and I have charts, including my gradient graph. So nice. Export function component. That should not be named component. It's an annoying default, but we can name this gradient chart. And now in my page, I'll mount this instead. Paste, save, and look at that. Just by default, looks awesome already. But obviously, we can do a hell of a lot more with this. Super, super exciting. Let's actually look at the code. Because again, we just copy pasted the code. All the chart stuff, all the base stuff that we need to render the different types of charts, all got included when we ran that npm install. We can still customize it, but you probably don't want to customize it at that level. You want to customize it here, where we have the card that has the header with the title and things on top, like area chart, all that. I'll put in this little card utility. It doesn't have to be though. I can just change this to a div and then go to the bottom and close the div. Still works, just not in a card anymore. So again, fully customizable. I want to play with the actual data we're passing in though, because it has the linear gradients with the different stops, but how do we actually pass the points? Like where is the point data that it is using? Here it is. We have chart data. Where does this get passed in? Area chart data is just chart data. That looks very simple. Is it actually putting the months there? Interesting. It's smart enough to use month as a shorthand month. I don't know if it's just trimming to the first three letters. Let's try it. Januario. Yeah, it's not actually that smart. If I was to put like February and then January 2nd, yeah, it's just to in the first three letters. Free formatting, but not doing anything beyond that. But it's super easy to just pass data in. So if I wanted this to be randomized, pretty easy to do that too. Function gen random. I'll just say base number. Cool. I'm going to do math random plus 0.5 just to make the average of what we get here a little bit higher, so slightly bigger or smaller. And now if I go to all of these, paste. Now the desktop numbers are going to be randomized every time I open the page. Just not a big enough window for the random. I'm going to get rid of that. And now it'll be different every time. Yeah, look at that. Isn't that cool? It's that easy to just do things with the data because it's just JavaScript. We don't have some crazy proprietary format. We're just passing whatever we want. And I bet we could even add our own custom keys. If I select all the instances of mobile, we'll do Theo, and we'll make sure I'm always 999. Looks like that is not enough, but I'm sure if I specify the keys, yeah, all I have to do is add another one here. We'll do Theo. We'll make the color pink. Let's see what else I have to do. Just the area. Probably just this. Change that to that. Will that do enough? Okay, that's just for the top level. So if we want that to also be filled, we'll have to copy paste the linear gradient for the fill, which is again, pretty easy to do. Just change that. I guess the first one needs capital T, so fill Theo. We'll change those to both be Theo. And look at that. Now Theo's got those numbers really high up, right where they should be, and everything else is a little more chaotic. Good stuff. I like that it's that easy to just add things here. Would be nice if it was a little easier and I could put more config in that config object above rather than having to map these out. But you could programmatically do that too, because again, it's just React. If you don't want to have to specify the area for each of these manually, instead you can specify it above in a config object and then just map over it. Honestly, if you have a fixed number of data types, I would just hard code it. We've only played with one chart so far though, so let's go back. Because again, the way that Shadcn works is we have these base components that are in your code base, but then you can build crazy things on top of them. They actually give really good examples of how to modify this stuff if you want to do it yourself. So you can define the chart data, you can define the chart config, and then pretty easy to render. They emphasize to make sure you set a minimum height value, otherwise it won't render because JavaScript and specifically CSS kind of suck. You can copy this. This is a nice simple bar chart actually. This will be a better example. Let's move to this. Basic bar chart. Save, replace. And now I have a basic bar chart. It's not easy to get it rendering. Like all the code for that is here. We have some fake data. We have the config. And we're just putting hashes for colors here. That easy. And now the basic bar chart just looks like that. You use the bar chart component, you wrap it with the chart container, you give it the config, and now I can just render bars, and they render how you would expect. Isn't that nice, beautiful, and simple? But if all the charts were that simple, this wouldn't be useful. I want to go through the crazy ones that they were showing on the page before. Some of these are nuts. There's so many useful types of charts in here. A negative bar chart that can visualize going below and above. Activity bar chart. This one's obviously fake because Firefox is never the popular solution to much of anything. Interactive bar charts. Oh, the fact they have this working is nuts. It doesn't even have the bugs that the YouTube one has. That's so good. Oh, damn. I'm just curious about the code on this one. I have to see this quick. I'm so curious. What's it mad about? Oh, it's because it was named component before. I'm just going to leave it as component so I can keep playing with these things. Let's see it in our app first. Oh, that just works. That's so good. That's so good. How bad is the code, though? Well, we got to use memo, so already off to a painful start. How many lines is this? Only 219 lines for that, and half of it's the data. Like if I delete the data, how much is left in this file? It's a 120 line file for all of that behavior. Are you kidding? That's nuts. Yeah, so we have the memoized data, and we are reducing to get the totals for both. So that's all this is used for, is for generating the totals, because we have the ability to select an active section. I think it just shows the total anyways. Yeah, it does anyway. So that's just to put the totals on top, and it's put in a use memo so it doesn't have to recalculate all the time. Meh. It's fake data. I would just do the math outside, but that's fair. For those curious what I mean by that, here's what I mean by that. Const total equals there. Solved. No more memo needed. Since this isn't being passed unique data that changes, I don't care. We're just going to do that. Cool. Card header, yada yada. Bar chart interactive, showing the total visitors for the last 3 months. This all makes sense. Oh, here they're doing the map thing I mentioned before, where we can map based on the different set of keys. Here it's just letting you click the different ones to see just desktop or mobile. Really nice that it's that easy to do. And we have the active chart set as React state. We even use a custom key type here to make sure it's always a key of chart config. So it has to be one of those options, nice and dynamic. Then we have the chart content. We have the container, and we have a bar chart, which is using chart data, but we're only going to render the one that we want to render right now. The bar, data key, active chart, because we're only going to put the one in here for the one that we currently have selected. And then the chart tooltip is super easy too. And this is all in the chart content, like parent component. So in here, we have the tooltip, and the tooltip content has the class name for how wide it's supposed to be. It has a name key as well, but most importantly, has a label formatter, because this is how it gets the value for whatever you currently have selected. It doesn't know much about it, so it's going to give you an any here. We know it will be a date, though, because it's the label. It's the thing that we're using to say which part this is. So we're going to throw that through the new date. We're going to set it to locale string, and that's how we get the month, day, and year all formatted properly there. And since we're passing this to label formatter, now when we hover over, that's going to be the label that we get on each of these things. Super nice. Also in the chart config, you can specify what you want the label for things to be, and then that gets persisted across. So since we're showing page views here, it uses the same terminology that it put there for the label for views. Super nice. And to specify what you want to show there, because in this case, we want to specify that we're showing the views on a given day, that's what the name key does. So I changed this to desktop. It's going to get a little confused. It's going to show the amount of desktop instances that happened. And now I changed that back to views. Still going to be the same, but those are just different subsets of the chart data and different parts of the config. Makes sense. Kind of weird that you can put either of those there and it thinks it knows what it's doing, but good to know. And again, the code is super simple. It would be really cool if it was smart enough to know the type of the value being passed here. That's my biggest concern at the moment. But other than that, this is looking really good. What else do we have here, though? Because we've only played with a few. They have step line charts versus linear line charts, multiple line charts, dots in the line charts, custom labels. This is actually very annoying. I was playing with a chart recently and I wanted to have labels like this. And the one library I found that did it okay was like cutting the labels off on the sides. Like if you had it slightly too big or too small, which I think we should actually test. What happens if I command plus a bunch? Look at that. The text is still visible, even though I zoomed in a whole bunch. That's not as easy as it might seem. One other fun thing they show here is that you can actually change the color. And you have a color theme for the whole site, and it gets honored across all of these automatically. Like the fact that it's just one click to entirely change the color scheme for all of these is hilarious. That's so good. We even touched on one of the most fun parts, was that all of this works with the Vercel V0 AI. If you're not familiar with V0, first off, Vercel sponsors me. This isn't a sponsored video, but know that I'm biased inherently because of that. But if we go to edit in V0, we can use Vercel's tool for prompting to generate changes to a thing. So if I want to change this to have more points, let's say that make the chart work for 1 year instead of 6 months. And now it is generating, and it looks like the code it generated did not work. As with all AI tools, not the most reliable thing in the world. And hopefully this helps emphasize to everybody watching that Vercel indeed did not pay for this video to be created. If we pick a simpler chart, something that has fewer things to go wrong, like the bar chart, and we give it a different instruction. Like in this case, maybe we want to change the colors. Change the color of the bars so it is different for every month. Let's see if it's smart enough to do that. It tried its best. V0 is more of a search engine for the pre-made components, and I largely agree there. If you give V0 something a little more generic, like a website with bar charts comparing sentiment across 4 different options, this will actually be pretty smart. Still not great, but better. Use a line graph instead of bar charts. It's struggling a bit for sure. It's also funny because I made a thumbnail using basically this exact prompt recently. Okay, there we go. See? Useful for that. Minus the fact that this one overflows. I actually used this before to generate a chart way before we actually had the formal chart library. And I wanted to make sure I could use that for a thumbnail. You might recognize this from my sentiment video that I recently did. It was faster for me to use V0 to generate these charts and then change the logo and titles accordingly for each of the sections to make that thumbnail than it would have been for me to draw it out by hand. I tried. This was actually quite a bit faster, and I got it done in like 10 minutes. And the combination of using something like V0 and like ShadCN and like a real purpose like a thumbnail, sure, I'm not benefiting from the fancy animations and shit this stuff can do, but I can keep refreshing and get randomly generated new charts because, as I showed earlier, the random stuff is really easy. So when you combine these tools together, you can make pretty good things really damn quickly. And I'm not saying that every piece of UI on the web should be generated with AI and ShadCN. I'm saying the ones that you don't feel like dealing with should be generated using tools like this because you can get them to a good point much faster. If you don't care enough to make it good, rely on someone else who did, like Shad, because it's not just charts. As I've talked about in many another video, we have everything from accordions where you can click and it will break things down and in an accessible way, because again, all of this is relying on existing accessible primitives. Crazy things like menu bars or, of course, the classic breadcrumb, where you have the ability to navigate between different pages. And the new charts. I bet the new there is using their badge, almost certainly. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't. Yeah, they take you from 0 to 60 is a good way of phrasing it. They don't get you to 100, but they get you pretty damn close, and they give you what you need to get the rest of the way there. And that's why I like it so much. Let me know what you guys think. Until next time, peace.
Alright, that's it for today. I think I'm gonna just chill and relax for tomorrow. Alright, calling it end. Into the stream. Ciao.